A low howl echoes across a misty English moor. For centuries, people have reported seeing a massive, shadowy hound with eyes like burning coals, an apparition known as the Black Dog. This spectral creature is one of Britain's most persistent and chilling omens, a direct forewarning of death that has haunted the landscape for generations. By the end of our journey, you will understand the true origins of this legend and why it continues to captivate us. We will uncover why this beast is seen at ancient crossroads and what its appearance during a wild storm really means. I would love to know where you are listening from right now and what the local time is where you are as we settle in for this mysterious story. What kind of story do you think a phantom dog would tell if it could speak? That chilling silhouette on the moor is not entirely unique. Cultures across the world whisper of phantom hounds, from the Celtic Sith, a fairy dog of immense size, to the Norse Garmr who guards the gates of hell. Yet the British Black Dog is a distinct and terrifying breed of its own. While other ghostly canines might be simple apparitions or playful spirits, this creature is defined by its profound and singular purpose. It is an omen, a direct and undeniable messenger of impending death. Its appearance is as consistent as it is horrifying. Witnesses describe a beast the size of a calf or even a small horse, covered in dense, shaggy black fur that seems to absorb the very light around it. Its eyes are not merely eyes. They are either blazing red coals, burning with a malevolent inner fire, or enormous, pale orbs as wide as saucers, fixed and unblinking. But perhaps its most unsettling feature is the aura it carries, a palpable wave of supernatural dread that precedes its physical form. This is not the fear of a wild animal. It is a deep, primal terror, a cold certainty that you are in the presence of something from beyond the grave, a herald with only one message to deliver. This profound dread, however, does not wear a single name. As the legend of the Black Dog was woven into the local fabric of Britain, it gathered a rich tapestry of titles, each one a thread in a larger, darker story. Travel to the rugged moors of Yorkshire and you might hear whispers of the Barghest. This is no ordinary ghost. The Barghest is a monstrous, goblin-like hound, often said to drag clanking chains behind it, a sound that heralds a death in the family. Journey east to the misty coasts of Norfolk and Suffolk, and the same creature is called Old Shuck, a name derived from an old word for devil. Here, the dog is a solitary, shaggy beast, sometimes seen with a single cyclopean eye burning in the center of its head, pacing the shoreline or lonely country lanes. In the folklore of Lancashire, the spectre takes the form of the jitrash, a shape-shifting entity that most often appears as a large black dog, but can also manifest as a horse or even a mule. It was the jitrash that is said to have inspired literary greats, a direct ancestor to the phantom that startled Jane Eyre on a moonlit lane, and in West Yorkshire they speak of the padfoot, a silent, padding apparition known for following people home, its presence felt as a sudden, inexplicable weight upon their back. While the core essence remains a death omen, these regional names highlight fascinating local twists. Is the creature a goblin dog, a devil, a shapeshifter, or a silent stalker? This beautiful diversity reveals how communities personalized the terror, fitting the omen into their own landscapes and fears. How did such a singular, terrifying concept become so wonderfully varied across the British Isles? The names may change from county to county, but the fear they inspire is ancient, rooted in a time long before England was England. To find the first whispers of this spectral hound, we must journey back into the deep green shadows of Britain's primordial forests. Here, in the age of the Celts, we encounter a powerful and enigmatic figure, the god Cernunnos, often depicted seated in a cross-legged pose, the lord of the animals. His companions are the stag and the serpent, but also the hound. The dog in Celtic belief was a creature of two worlds, a symbol of loyalty and protection, but also a guide to the afterlife, a psychopomp capable of traversing the boundary between the living and the dead. This dual nature, both guardian and omen, is a foundational thread in the black dog's long history. The hound by Cernunnos' side was not a mere pet. It was a part of the wild, untamed power of nature itself, a force that could be benevolent or fearsome, depending on your respect for the natural order. Is it so difficult to imagine how, over centuries, this powerful spiritual companion could transform, its protective aspect slowly overshadowed by its role as a death guide, evolving into the solitary, ominous figure seen on lonely moors? From the Celtic world, we then look to the north, to the stormy beliefs of the Norse invaders and settlers. Their mythology is filled with monstrous canines of immense power and portent. Foremost among them is Fenrir, the gigantic wolf, a child of the trickster god Loki. The gods themselves feared Fenrir's growth and his prophesied role in the end of the world, Ragnarok, where he would break free from his magical bonds and devour Odin, the king of the gods. This is not a simple ghost story. This is a cosmic terror, a beast whose very existence threatens the foundations of the universe. And then there is Garmr, the hound that stands chained before the entrance to hell, the underworld. Garmr is described as being covered in blood, and it is foretold he will howl furiously at the start of Ragnarok, his cry signaling the beginning of the end. These are not just animals, they are divine instruments of fate, bound to prophecy and cataclysm. When the Vikings settled in Britain, they brought these potent stories with them, layering their own archetypes of the world-ending hound onto the existing Celtic beliefs. The local death guide dog began to absorb the terrifying, apocalyptic scale of Fenrir and the underworld guarding duty of Garmr. The result was a fusion, a new kind of creature born from the deepest fears of two cultures. The protective hound of the forest merged with the chained beast of the underworld, its size grew, its eyes began to burn, and its purpose became terrifyingly clear. It was no longer just a guide for the dead. It had become a direct announcement that death was near. How did this abstract mythological figure step out of the ancient woods and into the specific, lonely lanes of the English countryside? This mythological fusion of guardian and omen did not remain a solitary spectre for long. It soon found its place within one of the most terrifying and widespread legends of medieval Europe, the Wild Hunt. Imagine, if you will, a storm-racked winter night. The wind howls with an unnatural fury, and through the racing clouds, you hear it, the distant, mournful baying of hounds and the triumphant, terrifying blast of a hunting horn. This is the Wild Hunt, a phantom cavalcade of spectral riders, often led by a mythical figure like Odin, King Arthur, or the devil himself, thundering across the sky. Their passage was a hurricane of supernatural energy, and running with the four of this ghostly procession, you would often find the black dog. In this role, the dog was no longer just a messenger of individual death. It was the outrider for an entire army of the dead, the vanguard of a force that could sweep up the souls of the living. To see the black dog materialize on a lonely path, its eyes burning towards the tumultuous sky, was to understand that the Wild Hunt was imminent, passing directly overhead. The very air would grow cold, and a profound, instinctual dread would grip any witness, a command from the soul to hide, to look away, to make no sound. For to be seen by the hunt, or worse, to catch the eye of its hound, was to be marked. Folklore is filled with grim tales of those who are not so fortunate. Some were said to be snatched away bodily, vanished from the face of the earth to become eternal servants in the phantom retinue. Others were struck dead on the spot, their spirits torn from their bodies by the hunt's passing fury. But even for those who survived the sight, the omen was inescapable. Merely witnessing the black dog and the hunt it heralded was often considered a death sentence, a curse that would claim the viewer or a member of their family within the year. The dog served as the literal and figurative point of contact between the mortal world and this rampaging supernatural force. Why do you think this image of a spectral hound running with a ghostly hunt resonated so deeply with people for centuries? It gave a recognizable face, a tangible form, to the abstract and overwhelming terror of the storm and the unknown. The black dog was the herald you could actually see, the proof that the chaos in the sky was not just weather, but a purposeful, malevolent force, and that you were directly in its path. There is a special kind of terror reserved for those who live by the sea, where the line between a safe harbor and a watery grave can vanish in the fury of a squall. Nowhere is this more evident than in the coastal legends of East Anglia, where the black dog fully embraces its role as a storm bringer. Here, the creature is Old Shuck, and its domain is the shifting shoreline. Fishermen and villagers would tell of seeing the massive, shaggy beast pacing the very edge of the cliffs, its single enormous eye fixed on the horizon, or standing silent and immovable on a stretch of beach that would soon be swallowed by the tide. Its appearance was never random. The dog materialized just as the sky began to bruise with the promise of a tempest, its form a blacker shadow against the gathering gloom. Its howl was the most chilling part, a deep, resonant sound that did not simply cut through the wind, but became one with it. That unearthly baying was a siren song of doom, a direct and undeniable warning to any sailor who dared to set out, or to any ship already caught in the growing swells. The message was clear: stay ashore or be lost. There are countless tales of those who ignored the omen. A ship would set sail under a deceptively calm sky, only for a crewman to report seeing the creature watching from a distant headland. Hours later, the perfect storm would rise from nowhere, and the vessel would never be seen again. In these stories, the black dog was not merely predicting the storm. It was summoning it, its very presence stirring the sea into a murderous rage. The phantom was a physical manifestation of the ocean's wrath, a guardian of the coast that punished human arrogance with the raw, destructive power of nature itself. Why would a death omen choose the coastline as its primary stage? The answer lies in the profound vulnerability of coastal life. A storm at sea was not just a danger, it was an economic and personal catastrophe that could wipe out entire families and villages in a single night. The legend of the Stormbringer gave a tangible, understandable form to that uncontrollable, immense force. It was easier to blame a supernatural hound for a shipwreck than to accept the cruel, random indifference of the weather. This belief gave people a measure of control, however small. If you saw the dog, you could act. You could tie your boat tighter. You could bar your door. You could pray. The black dog, in all its terror, became a bizarre kind of protector, its dreadful warning a chance to cheat fate, if only for one more night. That single, burning eye fixed on the horizon represents a deep human instinct to give a face to the uncontrollable forces of nature. But the black dog's domain extends far beyond the storm-lashed coast, into the quiet, forgotten corners of the land itself. It is a creature of the threshold, a guardian of the in-between. Consider the lonely crossroads on a foggy night, a place where paths converge and decisions are made, or the ancient stone bridge that has spanned a river for centuries, connecting one village to another. Perhaps it is an old, sunken footpath winding between two fields. These are liminal spaces, places that are neither here nor there, existing in a state of perpetual transition. This is where you are most likely to encounter the black dog, standing silent and immense, a sentinel at the border between the known world and whatever lies beyond. In this role, its nature becomes beautifully, terrifyingly ambiguous. Is it a protector or a predator? Folklore offers two compelling answers, and sometimes they intertwine. In many stories, the dog is a fierce guardian of these thresholds, not against living travelers, but against malevolent spirits and dark forces that might try to cross into our world. To meet its gaze at a crossroads was to know you were safe from lesser evils, for nothing sinister would dare approach while the great Hound stood watch. Its terrifying presence was a shield, a supernatural bulwark, yet in the very next breath, the same creature could be a psychopomp, a guide for souls who have just passed from life. The crossroads, the bridge, the old path, these are not just physical boundaries. They are symbolic gateways, perfect metaphors for the final journey. The black dog would appear to a newly departed spirit, its fearsome aspect now a comfort, a familiar figure from legend come to lead them safely through the confusion of death and into the afterlife. It would walk beside them, a silent, loyal companion, ensuring they did not get lost in the shadows between worlds. This dual purpose explains so much about the creature's enduring legend. The same beast that could paralyze a living person with dread was also a benevolent escort for the dead. Its appearance was not always a curse, it was a function, a necessary part of the cosmic order. The terror it inspired in the living was perhaps a side effect of its profound connection to the other side, a power so immense that mortal minds could only interpret it as fear. So the next time you find yourself at a lonely crossroads or walking a path worn deep by generations, pause for a moment. The rustle in the hedgerow is just the wind, and the shadow is just the moon playing tricks. But the legend asks us to consider, what if it was not? What if, for a single heart-stopping instant, you witness the guardian at its post, performing its ancient solemn duty between the worlds of the living and the dead? That profound dread you feel at a lonely crossroads is nothing compared to the chilling certainty it brings when its gaze falls upon you personally. The most intimate and terrifying aspect of the Black Dog legend is its role as a herald of personal doom. Across countless village tales and folklore collections, one pattern emerges with grim consistency. To look directly into the creature's burning eyes is to receive a death sentence. This sentence, however, is not always for the observer. The omen is often a family curse, a prophecy that the witness or someone within their immediate household will die within a specific and strangely magical time frame, a year and a day. This period is not arbitrary. In the old beliefs, a year and a day constituted a complete cycle, a full turn of the seasons plus one more day to step into the new world or out of it. It was a duration steeped in Celtic law and fairy lore, a span that marked a significant transition. The Black Dog's warning operates on this ancient symbolic clock. One chilling account from the folklore archives of Devonshire tells of a farmer walking home from market as dusk fell. On the path ahead, a shape darker than the night itself resolved into a massive hound, its eyes like two full moons. It stood, blocking his way, and simply stared at him before melting into the hedgerow. The man arrived home shaken but alive. He told his family of the encounter, and they all dismissed it as a trick of the tired mind. Life continued, and as the months passed, the memory faded. Then, almost exactly a year later, his eldest son, a strong and healthy young man, took ill with a sudden fever. He died 3 days after the anniversary of the sighting, fulfilling the prophecy to the very day. In another tale from Suffolk, a woman saw old Shuck padding silently through the churchyard as she left evening service. It paused by a specific gravestone, looked directly at her, and then vanished. She knew the omen was for her. She spent the next year putting her affairs in order, saying her goodbyes and waiting. True to the legend, she passed away peacefully in her sleep 1 year and 1 day after her encounter, as if the phantom had simply come to collect a debt that was now due. These stories are not about random catastrophe. They are about a personalized, inescapable fate, a clock set in motion by a single fleeting glance. The black dog does not cause the death, it merely announces it, a spectral courier delivering a message from a place beyond our understanding. Why do you think this specific time frame, a year and a day, held such power in the human imagination? It granted a period of grace, a final year of life, but it was a year lived under a shadow, every sunrise a reminder of the approaching end. This transforms the legend from a simple ghost story into a profound meditation on mortality itself, forcing us to wonder how we would live if we knew, with absolute certainty, the number of our remaining days. The city of York holds its own unique key to this mystery, a creature so deeply woven into its urban fabric that its legend is inseparable from the stone and mortar of the ancient streets. This is the Barghest, York's very own incarnation of the black dog, a beast whose name sends a particular chill through the hearts of the city's oldest families. It does not roam the wild moors, but the Snickle ways, those narrow, winding medieval passages that snake between the city's buildings, corridors of shadow where the modern world feels 1,000 miles away. The Barghest is a distinctly urban phantom, its domain defined not by nature, but by centuries of human history and social hierarchy. Its appearance is uniquely terrifying, often described as being monstrously large, with shaggy black fur, fiery eyes, and sometimes dragging spectral, clanking chains behind it. That sound, the rattle of phantom links on cobblestones, is the true herald of its approach, a noise that echoes with dread long before the beast itself is seen. While a lone traveler might glimpse it, the Barghest's primary purpose seems to be tied directly to the city's elite. It is an omen for the great families of York, a private messenger of doom reserved for the powerful and the prominent. The legend holds that whenever a leading citizen, a mayor, a wealthy merchant, or the head of a venerable household is about to die, the Barghest will manifest. It might be seen pacing the length of the Snickleway that runs behind their grand townhouse, or standing sentinel at the end of their street, its gaze fixed upon their door. Its presence is a public secret, a supernatural headline whispered through the city before the news of the death itself breaks. One of the most famous tales involves a particular snickelway known for its frequent hauntings. The story goes that a respected alderman, a man in perfect health, was walking home one evening when he heard the unmistakable sound of heavy chains scraping on stone. He turned to see the Barghest emerge from a deep archway, its eyes burning like embers in the gloom. It did not growl or advance, it simply watched him pass. The man, knowing the legend, returned home and immediately took to his bed. Within a week, he was dead from a sudden, inexplicable illness. His servants later confessed they had seen the beast lurking near the house for 3 nights prior, a silent, patient watcher in the dark. This intimate connection between the phantom and the city's social structure reveals a fascinating layer to the legend. The Barghest was not a random force of nature, but a creature of order, a spectral part of the civic machinery. Its appearances reinforced the social fabric, reminding everyone, from the poorest laborer to the wealthiest merchant, that fate was the ultimate leveler. The death of a prominent figure was a seismic event in a city like York, affecting trade, politics, and community life. The Barghest's warning served as a supernatural explanation for these pivotal moments, a way for the community to process the impending shift in power and status. Why would a city adopt such a grim omen as part of its own identity? Perhaps because it made the unpredictable predictable. In a world of sudden plagues and political upheaval, the Barghest offered a dark but certain logic. Its chain-dragging passage through the snickelways was a signal that the established order, however tragic the change, was still functioning. Even death, it seemed, followed the ancient rules of York. Far out in the Irish Sea, on the windswept Isle of Man, the legend of the Black Dog takes a remarkable turn, becoming a sworn guardian bound by an ancient magic. Here, the creature is known as the Muckle Black Tyke, and its home is the rugged, sea-battered Peel Castle. This is not a story of a random omen wandering the moors, but of a specific, purposeful spirit tethered to a sacred duty. The tale begins with the island's own patron saint, the Irish missionary St. Patrick. It is said that long ago, St. Patrick, facing threats from both earthly raiders and otherworldly forces, summoned a great spectral black dog and set it as the eternal guardian of the castle's fortress and its holy grounds. This was no simple spell. It was a powerful enchantment that fused Celtic reverence for animal spirits with a Christian need for divine protection, creating a permanent sentinel. The Muckle Black Tyke does not roam. It is seen patrolling the castle's stone ramparts, a massive shadowy form pacing high above the crashing waves, its glowing eyes scanning the horizon for any danger to its charge. Its appearance is a sign that the guardian is awake and watchful, yet its most famous and chilling role is deeply personal. For centuries, the people of the Isle of Man have believed that whenever the island's sitting bishop is near death, the Muckle Black Tyke will manifest. It does not appear to the bishop himself, but to others, often the castle guards or local fishermen, who see its immense form standing silently on the castle walls, gazing inland towards the bishop's residence. This sighting is a profound and respected signal, a quiet announcement that ripples through the community, preparing them for the impending passing of their spiritual leader. The legend is a beautiful fusion of the old world and the new. You have the Celtic archetype of the hound as a loyal protector, merged with the Norse influence of a beast-like garmer, bound to a specific sacred location. But here, the guardian's watchful duty extends even to the soul of the man who leads that holy place. It binds the fate of the church directly to the island's oldest magical traditions. How does a creature born of pagan myth become the designated herald for a Christian bishop? The answer lies in the Isle of Man's unique history, a place where Celtic and Norse cultures did not just clash, but blended into something entirely its own. The muckle black tyke is the embodiment of that blend, a magical contract written not on paper, but in the very soul of the landscape, a promise that even in death, the island and its leaders are watched over by a power far older than stone walls or organized religion. The legend of the Black Dog is not confined to whispered tales and shadowy sightings. It erupts into recorded history with terrifying violence on a stormy Sunday in 1577 within the holy walls of a church in Barghest, Suffolk. As the congregation knelt in prayer, a tempest of unnatural fury broke over the village. The church doors were shattered inwards, and a monstrous, shaggy black hound burst into the nave. Its single, enormous eye burned like a hellish lantern, and it let out a roar that drowned out the thunder. The phantom beast, old Shuck himself, charged through the terrified worshippers. When the chaos subsided and the creature vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, 2 members of the congregation lay dead, a man and a boy struck down by the specter's passing. The church itself bore the scars of this demonic visitation. To this day, you can see the deep black scorch marks on the north door of Blithburgh Church, said to be the claw marks of the beast, a permanent testament to that unholy Sabbath. This event was so shocking it was recorded in the local register, anchoring the folk tale in undeniable fact. But why would a spectral omen, so often a solitary figure on a lonely lane, commit such a public and sacrilegious act? The answer lies in the fierce religious struggle of the era. The Protestant Reformation was in full force, and the old Catholic traditions, with their echoes of pagan ritual, were being systematically purged. The story of a demonic black dog defiling a church was a powerful piece of propaganda. It painted the old folk beliefs not as quaint superstitions, but as literal devilry, a force that sought to destroy the new, purified faith from within. The scorch marks on the door served a dual purpose. For the faithful, they were a warning of the devil's power. For the church authorities, they were a perfect symbol, a visible reminder of why the old ways had to be eradicated. The Blithburg incident transformed the black dog from a folkloric omen into an instrument of divine politics, its legend weaponized to steer the souls of the populace. Yet for all its dread, the black dog is not a monster of uniform malevolence. In the rolling hills of Dorset, the legend softens into something altogether different, a story not of fear but of guidance. Here, the creature is known as the Gurt Dog, and its purpose is profoundly benevolent. While the Barghest and Old Shuck brought warnings of death, the Gurt Dog was a protector of the living, a gentle giant of the countryside. Locals spoke of a colossal, shaggy black hound that would appear to travelers, particularly children, who had lost their way in the deep, winding lanes or on the misty slopes of the Quantock Hills. It would not growl or stare with burning eyes. Instead, it would pad along silently beside them, a calm and reassuring presence, leading them unerringly back to a familiar path or right to their own cottage door before melting away into the twilight. This was no omen, but a shepherd of lost souls. The existence of the Gurt Dog presents a fascinating challenge to the idea of the black dog as a simple harbinger of doom. How could the same spectral form inspire such opposite reactions? The answer lies in the specific needs and values of the local community. In the close-knit rural world of Dorset, the greatest dangers were not abstract curses, but the very real perils of the landscape itself. A child wandering too far could easily fall into a quarry, become trapped in a bog, or simply succumb to exposure. The Gurt Dog was a folkloric response to this everyday vulnerability, a supernatural expression of the community's collective desire to protect its most vulnerable members. It transformed the terrifying archetype into a village guardian, a watchful spirit that embodied the neighborly duty to look after one another. This positive variation reminds us that folklore is not set in stone. It is a living, breathing narrative that communities shape to reflect their own deepest fears and their most cherished hopes. The people of Dorset looked at the same shadowy form that terrified other counties and saw not a messenger of death, but a lost child's way home. So what does this tell us about the nature of the legend itself? Perhaps the black dog was never inherently evil. Perhaps its true nature is a mirror, reflecting back the specific fears and the profound kindness of the people who tell its story. One particular tale from the Quantock Hills tells of a young girl sent to fetch water as dusk fell. She took a wrong turn and found herself hopelessly lost in a deep wooded commé as darkness swallowed the path. Just as her cries began to falter, a great warm presence brushed against her leg. A dog as large as a donkey but with gentle dark eyes stood beside her. It nudged her hand, then led the way, its shaggy form a guiding shadow through the trees until the lights of her own cottage windows came into view. When she turned to thank her savior, the lane was empty. This was the Gurt Dog, the great dog, a legend woven not from dread, but from gratitude. How did this benevolent spirit emerge from the same archetype as the death-bringing Barghest? The answer may lie in the very soil of Dorset. Some folklorists suggest the Gurt Dog is not a ghost at all, but a memory, a deified ancestral spirit. In ancient times, a family's loyal guard dog, a massive mastiff-type breed, would have been its first line of defense. In death, the memory of its unwavering protection could have been elevated into a communal guardian, a watchful spirit that never truly left its people. It became the village's collective ancestor, a patient shepherd for every generation of children who wandered too far. This positive figure fits perfectly within the broader black dog archetype because it still fulfills the core role of a guardian of the threshold. While other black dogs guard the threshold between life and death, the Gurt Dog guards the threshold between safety and peril, between the known village and the dangerous wilderness. Its large, black form is still an omen of a powerful supernatural presence, but its intent is shaped by the community's needs. In a landscape where getting lost could mean death, its appearance was a miracle, not a curse. It proves that the color of the dog's fur was never the source of its meaning. The true power of the legend was always in the heart of the beholder and in the heart of the community that kept its story alive. These chilling stories are not merely fiction. They are etched into the official records of towns and villages across Britain. Parish registers from the 17th century in Suffolk soberly note the death of 2 men in Blithburgh Church, directly attributed to the visitation of a great black dog. Local newspapers of the 18th and 19th centuries carried brief, unsettling reports. A farmer in Devon swore before a magistrate that a beast with eyes of fire had followed him for a mile along a sunken lane. A night watchman in York abandoned his post, claiming a chain-dragging horror had emerged from a snickleway and stared him down. These were not drunken ravings. They were sworn statements from otherwise rational people, recorded with a grim seriousness by their communities. The common threads in these accounts are as consistent as they are terrifying. The creature's immense size, often compared to a calf or a small pony. The eyes, always the eyes, described as glowing red coals or saucer-like pale orbs, fixed and unblinking, and most powerfully, the overwhelming sense of supernatural dread that preceded the visual sighting, a cold, primal fear that witnesses could articulate even decades later. This was not the simple fear of a wild animal, but the sole deep recognition of an omen. The psychological impact of such an encounter was profound and lasting. For an individual, it was a life-shattering event. To have looked into those eyes was to live under a shadow, to mark a calendar with a date 1 year and 1 day in the future. The witness was often isolated, their story met with a mixture of belief and pity, transforming them into a living cautionary tale within their village. They carried the knowledge of their own or a loved one's impending fate, a burden that could warp a personality, creating a hermit-like figure who avoided lonely lanes after dark. On a community level, these sightings reinforced a shared cosmic order. The appearance of the dog was a terrible but predictable event. It confirmed that the old stories were true, that the world operated on rules that, while frightening, were at least consistent. When the Barghest was seen before the death of a prominent citizen, it was a tragedy, but it was also an expected part of the social fabric. The Omen provided a framework for understanding sudden, inexplicable death, transforming random personal tragedy into a part of a larger, understood narrative. It gave a name and a form to the invisible hand of fate. Why would so many people across so many generations report nearly identical experiences? The details are too specific, the emotional resonance too similar, to be dismissed as mere coincidence. These testimonies, recorded in ink and memory, form a collective biography of a legend, and perhaps a key to understanding something much deeper about the human mind itself. That profound dread, recorded in parish registers and newspaper accounts, could not be contained by the countryside alone. It soon found its way into the very heart of British culture, through the pens of its most celebrated authors, who recognized a perfect literary monster when they saw one. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, with his sharp medical and observational mind, saw the raw power of the Dartmoor legend. For his masterpiece, The Hound of the Baskervilles, he did not need to invent a monster from scratch. He took the local tales of a spectral, devilish hound that haunted the foggy moors and refined them into a chilling plot. The novel's central terror, a gigantic, fire-breathing beast supposedly haunting the Baskerville family, is a direct literary descendant of the folkloric black dog Omen. Doyle masterfully amplified the legend, giving the hound a phosphorescent glow and linking its curse to a specific aristocratic lineage. In doing so, he took a regional superstition and projected it onto a global stage, codifying the image of the demonic moorland hound for millions of new readers. The story's genius lies in its suspense, the agonizing question of whether the hound is a supernatural curse or a clever earthly deception, a tension that lies at the very core of the original folklore itself. But Doyle was far from the only literary giant to be captivated by this spectral form. Charles Dickens, a writer deeply attuned to the shadows and ghosts of London, wove the black dog into his narrative tapestry as a symbol of inescapable fate. In his novel, Barnaby Rudge, the character Barnaby has a pet raven named Grip, but more pertinently, his simple-minded father is haunted by the phantom of a black dog, an apparition that appears to him as a relentless omen of his own guilt and impending doom. For Dickens, the creature was not just a rural phantom, it was a manifestation of a troubled conscience, a psychological specter that mirrored the internal turmoil of his characters. Similarly, Bram Stoker, the architect of modern vampire lore, knew the power of a Gothic staple. In his novel, The Lair of the White Worm, he includes a classic black dog Omen, a sudden, terrifying appearance that signals death and supernatural malice, seamlessly integrating the folk creature into his own universe of ancient horrors. These authors were not just borrowing a spooky idea, they were actively participating in the evolution of the myth. They translated the oral traditions of the village into the permanent language of literature, ensuring that the black dog would forever pad through the imaginations of generations to come. Why did this particular piece of folklore resonate so deeply with these masters of storytelling? The black dog was a narrative shortcut to a primal fear. It was an omen that required no explanation, a symbol whose meaning was instantly understood by a public still steeped in these traditions. An author could introduce the creature with a single sentence, and the reader would immediately feel the chill of impending doom, the weight of a cursed lineage, or the terror of the unknown. It was a versatile tool, equally effective as a supernatural threat in a detective story, a psychological manifestation in a social novel, or a gothic flourish in a horror tale. By weaving the black dog into their works, these writers did not merely popularize a myth, they gave it new life and new layers of meaning. They proved that the creature was not a relic of the past, but a timeless archetype, as potent on the printed page as it was on a lonely moor. What does it say about a legend when it can shape the plot of a world-famous novel and still terrify a lone traveler on a country path? It suggests that the true home of the black dog was never just the landscape, but the human mind itself, a shadow we cannot seem to stop retelling. Conan Doyle anchored his terrifying tale in the very soil of Dartmoor, a landscape he described with such chilling precision that the fog itself becomes a character. He did not simply drop a ghost story into this setting, he wove the local superstitions directly into the plot, making the legend of the Hound the central mystery that his brilliant detective Sherlock Holmes must solve. The genius of the novel lies in this perfect fusion, the rational, scientific mind of Holmes pitted against an ancient, seemingly supernatural curse. The legend within the book is delivered as a family heirloom of horror, a manuscript dating back to the 18th century that tells of the monstrous Hugo Baskerville and the demonic hound that tore out his throat as punishment for his wickedness. This curse, the story claims, has haunted the Baskerville line ever since. Doyle presents this folklore not as a dusty tale, but as a living, breathing threat with the recent, mysterious death of Sir Charles Baskerville, his face frozen in terror and the footprints of a gigantic hound found nearby. Is the hound a literal demon summoned by ancestral sin, or is it a clever smokescreen for a more earthly murderer? This is the exquisite tension Doyle sustains for the entire novel. The description of the hound when it finally appears is a masterstroke of Gothic horror. It is no ordinary dog. Witnesses see a creature that glows with a flickering, hellish light, its jaws and eyes outlined in shimmering flame. This was Doyle's brilliant amplification of the folkloric black dog's burning eyes, transforming them into a full-blown phantasmagorical spectacle. He took the primal fear of the unknown and gave it a tangible, terrifying form that could be pursued across the moors. Yet, in a classic Holmesian twist, the supernatural is ultimately debunked. The Hound is revealed to be a real, large dog, painted with a cunning phosphorescent mixture to mimic a spectre, and set upon the heir to the Baskerville estate by a cunning villain exploiting the local legend. This resolution, however, did not diminish the power of the myth, it cemented it. By giving the phantom a logical explanation, Doyle made the legend feel more real, more possible to a modern audience. The novel forever welded the image of a glowing, monstrous hound to the misty, treacherous landscape of the English moors in the global consciousness. After its publication, Dartmoor was no longer just a place, it was the home of the Baskerville Hound. Tourists began to visit, hoping for a glimpse of the spectral beast, and local guides embraced the notoriety. The book successfully transplanted a patchwork of regional folktales into a single, powerful narrative that the entire world could understand and fear. Why did this story resonate so profoundly? Because Doyle understood that the most potent fears are those rooted in a specific, believable place. He gave us a map to the terror, and in doing so, he made the legend immortal. The Hound of the Baskervilles did not just use the black dog Omen, it became the definitive version of it for the modern era, proving that some shadows are too powerful for even the brightest logic to fully dispel. That phosphorescent glow on the silver screen is a direct descendant of the Moors. As the 20th century dawned, the black dog trotted confidently out of literature and into the bright new world of film and television, its form shifting to mirror the anxieties of a modern audience. In the classic horror film, The Omen, we see a powerful evolution of the omen itself. While the primary antagonist is the demonic child Damien, the film is punctuated by the sudden, unnerving appearances of a large black Rottweiler. This dog is a silent, menacing guardian for the Antichrist, a sleek and predatory update of the ancient guardian archetype. Its presence signals not just an individual's death, but the potential end of the world, a fear that resonated deeply in a century defined by global wars and the Cold War. The dog is no longer a shaggy folkloric specter, but a trained physical animal reflecting a new kind of terror, the evil that can walk beside us in plain sight, perfectly groomed and utterly merciless. This transition from a supernatural apparition to a tangible, earthly beast made the ancient fear feel immediate and plausible. Why would a film about the biblical Antichrist choose a dog as its primary symbol? Because the archetype of the black dog as a herald of doom was already baked into the cultural consciousness, a shortcut to primal dread that required no lengthy explanation. Its simple presence on screen told the audience everything they needed to know. Danger was here. This creature had traded the misty moors for the manicured lawns of the American Embassy, proving its legend was versatile enough to haunt any landscape. British television, however, often prefers to explore the creature's more traditional folkloric roots, but with a contemporary twist. The long-running series Doctor Who, a show built on the idea of a time traveler encountering cosmic wonders and terrors, presented its own unique version in the episode Tooth and Claw. Here, the Doctor and his companion arrive in 19th century Scotland and find a household terrified of a legendary beast. The story brilliantly merges the werewolf myth with the black dog Omen, presenting a creature that is both a physical monster and a psychic entity, feeding on fear. This interpretation connects the beast to ancient extraterrestrial forces, updating the folklore for a science fiction audience while preserving its core function as a predator that thrives on human terror. The beast is still an omen of death, but its origins are not magical. They are alien, reflecting a modern desire to find rational, even cosmic, explanations for our oldest myths. These modern portrayals reveal a fascinating shift in what we find frightening. The fear of a personal death omen, so central to the village tales, has been largely replaced by a fear of systemic or global collapse. The dog in the Omen is a symptom of a corrupted world order. The creature in Doctor Who is a literal alien invasion. The terror is no longer intimate and familial, but vast and impersonal. Yet the core of the legend remains unshakable. The animal's dark form, its silent watchfulness, and its association with impending catastrophe are constants. The black dog has proven to be a remarkably adaptable archetype, a blank screen onto which every generation can project its own unique dread, proving that some shadows are simply too powerful to ever truly fade away. But what happens when science turns its gaze upon the spectre? The phantom hound begins to dissolve into the mist of our own minds, revealing a landscape of psychological phenomena as compelling as any folklore. One of the most powerful explanations lies in the terrifying grip of sleep paralysis. Imagine waking from a dream, your mind alert but your body utterly frozen, unable to move a single muscle. In this liminal state between sleep and wakefulness, the brain, desperate to make sense of its paralysis, often conjures a terrifying presence. For centuries across the globe, this has been called the night hag, a malevolent entity that sits on the chest of the sleeper. In Britain, that entity very often takes the form of a large, shadowy dog with glowing eyes, pressing down on the victim with supernatural weight. The experience is not a dream, it feels utterly real, and the details are seared into memory. Is it any wonder that someone who endured such a trauma would swear they had been visited by the legendary Omen in the dead of night? Their story, told and retold, would then fuel the legend for others. Then there is the simple, innate human tendency called pareidolia, our brain's instinct to find familiar patterns in random shapes and shadows. A gnarled, dark tree stump in the twilight, a shifting patch of mist, the sudden movement of a large, black farm dog in the periphery of your vision. In a fraction of a second, a brain steeped in the local legends can connect these dots. The shadow coalesces, the stump takes on a canine shape, the farm dog grows to an impossible size, and its eyes catch the moonlight just so, appearing to glow. The legend provides the template, and pareidolia provides the raw material, creating a perfect heart-stopping illusion. This is not a sign of a weak mind, but a testament to its powerful pattern-seeking efficiency, a survival mechanism that in the modern world sometimes conjures phantoms instead of predators. Finally, we must consider the immense power of communal belief. If you grow up in a village where every elder knows the story of the black dog, where its name is whispered when someone falls ill, and where a specific crossroads is known to be its territory, that knowledge becomes a part of you. It shapes your perception of the world. When you walk that lonely path at dusk, you are already primed for the encounter. Every rustle in the hedgerow is a potential footstep. Every odd-shaped shadow is a potential hound. The power of suggestion, woven into the very fabric of your community, lowers the threshold for perception, making the sighting of the omen not just possible, but almost expected under the right conditions. Why have these psychological explanations become so important to our understanding? They do not seek to mock the legends, but to deepen them. They tell us that the true power of the black dog may not be in any external spectral reality, but in its perfect design, a concept that resonates with the deepest, most primal wiring of the human brain. It is a legend crafted by our own neurology, a ghost born from the intersection of fear, expectation, and the strange, shadowy territory of our own minds. That crushing weight on your chest during a sleep paralysis episode has a name rooted in science and folklore alike. The terrifying sensation is a direct result of the brain and body being out of sync. As you dream, your brainstem sends a powerful signal to paralyze your muscles, a safety mechanism called atonia that prevents you from physically acting out your dreams. When you awaken suddenly, your conscious mind can snap online while your body remains locked in this paralytic state. You are, in effect, a prisoner inside your own immobile form. This biological glitch creates the unmistakable feeling of a heavy pressure, as if some immense being is sitting on your rib cage. But the experience does not end with physical helplessness. The brain, a relentless pattern-seeking machine, is now awake and terrified, scrambling to explain why it cannot move. It scans the dark room with your mind's eye, and drawing from the deepest wells of cultural fear, it projects an explanation into the space around you. It conjures a presence. In countless cultures, this presence is the old hag, a witch-like figure who visits sleepers to steal their breath. In the British Isles, for generations steeped in the legend of the spectral hound, that presence very often took the shape of a large black dog. The feeling of weight becomes the beast standing on your chest. The struggle to breathe becomes its oppressive force, and the primal dread is given two burning eyes, staring down from the darkness just inches from your face. The descriptions from historical accounts of black dog encounters and modern reports of sleep paralysis are often indistinguishable, a shared vocabulary of supernatural terror. The witness feels an overwhelming pressure, a sense of malevolent intelligence focused solely on them, and the paralyzing certainty that they are about to die. This was not a coincidence. For a villager in the 17th century, there was no concept of arium atonia or hypnagogic hallucinations. There was only the shared knowledge of the omen, a story that gave a name and a form to the inexplicable horror they had survived in the night. Their experience, reported as a genuine visitation by the death omen, then reinforced the legend for the entire community, creating a powerful feedback loop between neurology and mythology. Why would our minds choose this specific form to embody our terror? The answer may lie in our oldest fears, the deep-seated memory of a time when a large predator in the dark was the most immediate threat to our survival. The black dog is, in a very real sense, that ancient predator, resurrected by a brain trying to make sense of its own temporary malfunction. These psychological echoes of the legend suggest its roots run even deeper than our individual minds, into the very heart of our shared history. The Black Dog was far more than a simple ghost story. It was a powerful piece of social commentary, giving form to the collective anxieties of an entire era. Consider the world that birthed this omen, a world without electric light, where the wilderness began just beyond the village fence. That darkness was not empty, it was filled with tangible dangers, from wolves and highwaymen to the simple, lethal risk of getting lost. The Black Dog became the embodiment of that fear of the unknown wild. Its preferred haunts, the lonely moor, the deep forest lane, the misty crossroads, were the very places where the safe, structured world of the village gave way to chaos and danger. When the dog appeared, it was a confirmation that the wilderness was not just physically dangerous, but spiritually charged with malevolent forces. It was a story that taught caution, reinforcing the boundary between the safety of the community and the perils that lay outside its glow. Beyond the fear of the wild was a more intimate and constant companion, the presence of death itself. In pre-modern life, death was not a distant, sanitized event. It was a frequent and familiar visitor. Infant mortality was devastatingly high. Diseases we now consider minor could be fatal, and the line between a hard winter and starvation was perilously thin. The Black Dog legend gave this relentless, random mortality a face and a logic. A sudden death in the family was no longer a meaningless tragedy. It was the fulfillment of an omen. The creature provided a narrative, a reason. Someone had seen the dog, the clock had been set, and fate had simply collected its due. This was, in a strange way, a comfort. It transformed the chaotic brutality of life into a story with rules, however grim those rules might be. The terror of the dog was, paradoxically, a way to manage the even greater terror of a world where death could strike anyone, at any time, for no reason at all. This function of giving shape to an invisible pain finds its most poignant modern parallel in the way the legend has become a metaphor for depression. The great Winston Churchill famously referred to his own bouts of profound melancholy as being followed by the black dog. The term has since entered common usage, and the connection is almost perfect. Like the spectral omen, depression can appear without warning, a dark presence that shadows your every step. It brings with it a crushing weight, a feeling of paralysis not unlike the terror described in sleep paralysis. Its gaze is oppressive and unblinking, draining color and joy from the world, and its arrival feels like a personal omen, a foretelling of a spiritual or emotional death. It isolates the sufferer, just as the witness to the phantom hound was often set apart by their terrible knowledge. The legend, therefore, served as an ancient, intuitive language for a mental state that had no clinical name. It articulated the experience of a burden that others could not see, a private dread that colored everything. The black dog was a herald of despair long before it was a clinical term. So when we listen to these old tales, we are not just hearing ghost stories. We are hearing the coded fears of our ancestors, their attempts to explain the unexplainable pains of body, society, and soul. The legend was a vessel carrying their deepest anxieties about the dangerous world outside, the fragility of life within, and the invisible storms that rage inside a single human mind. It gave a dark, shaggy form to the formless, and in doing so, made it just a little easier to bear. That personal metaphor, born in the dim corridors of a great leader's mind, created an unbreakable link between the ancient spectre and a very modern understanding of despair. Winston Churchill did not merely use the phrase, he lived it, describing the black dog as a persistent, unwelcome companion that would follow him for months, its presence casting a shadow over his immense vitality and oratorical brilliance. He spoke of the creature's arrival with a sense of grim familiarity, a heavy, looming dread that would sap his energy, cloud his thoughts, and isolate him even in a room full of people. This was not a politician's casual turn of phrase. It was the raw, honest language of a man grappling with a profound internal darkness, reaching for a folkloric image that perfectly captured the weight and persistence of his suffering. In doing so, he gave a name to the nameless for millions. The black dog was no longer just a phantom on a moor. It was a private spectre that could haunt anyone, from a prime minister to a factory worker, a universal symbol for a deeply personal pain. Why did this particular metaphor resonate so powerfully across the globe? Because it was instantly, viscerally understandable. The folklore creature, with its oppressive presence and air of impending doom, was a perfect allegory for the experience of clinical depression. Its sudden, inexplicable appearances mirror the way a depressive episode can descend without warning. Its silent, stalking nature reflects the insidious way negative thoughts can trail a person throughout their day. The feeling of supernatural dread described by witnesses parallels the profound, often irrational hopelessness that defines the condition. And just as the legendary Omen was said to bring a crushing weight, depression manifests as a physical and emotional heaviness, a paralysis of will that makes even simple tasks feel Herculean. Churchill's personal metaphor provided a shared cultural shorthand, a way to talk about a deeply stigmatized subject with a degree of poetic distance and understanding. It transformed a secret struggle into a story that could be told, making the invisible visible and the unspeakable suddenly manageable. The legend, once used to explain external fears of the wild and of death, had turned inward, becoming the most intimate herald of all, a warning of a storm gathering within the human soul itself. Crossing the border into Scotland, the creature sheds its English guise and transforms into the Cú Sith, a being of the fairy realm. This is no mere ghost, but a hound of the Ow's She, the powerful and capricious fairy folk. Its appearance is even more fantastical and terrifying. Described as being as large as a young bull, its shaggy fur is not just black, but a deep, vivid emerald green. It moves with a supernatural silence despite its immense size, and its paws are said to be as wide as a man's hand. The Cú Sith's role is less about personal doom and more about a specific, chilling fairy custom. It was believed to roam the countryside as a wild huntsman for the fairies, and its haunting triple bark carried a magical compulsion. Any person hearing the first bark had to prepare for its approach. Hearing the second bark meant they should find safety, but to hear the third bark before reaching sanctuary meant the person would be frozen in place by enchantment, utterly paralyzed, allowing the Cú Sith to claim their soul for the fairy mound. The omen here is not of a natural death, but of being taken, of being spirited away into the other world, a fate that was often considered worse than dying. Travel south into the misty valleys of Wales, and the phantom becomes the Gwilgi, the dog of darkness. This creature embodies a more visceral, primal horror. While the English black dog might have burning eyes, the Gwilgi is often described as completely shadow, a formless, lumbering mass of darkness with the silhouette of a massive mastiff. Its most distinctive and horrifying feature is not its eyes, but its breath, which is said to be a palpable, foul-smelling vapor, a stench of decay and corruption that precedes it. The Gwilgi is almost always a solitary figure of pure malevolence, haunting specific mountain passes, lonely lanes near old churchyards, and ancient trackways known as corpse roads. It does not simply appear and vanish. It actively pursues travelers, its heavy, padding footsteps echoing their own, its foul breath hot on their necks. The Welsh omen is one of relentless, predatory terror, a feeling of being hunted by a force of pure darkness that seeks not just to warn, but to actively drive its victims to madness or death through sheer, overwhelming fear. When we place these Celtic variations beside the classic English black dog, a fascinating cultural pattern emerges. The Scottish Cú Sith and the Welsh Gwilgi, rooted in ancient Celtic traditions, represent a world where the supernatural is deeply interwoven with the landscape itself. The Kusith is an agent of the fairies, a being from a parallel world with its own alien rules and motivations. The Gwilgi is a manifestation of the land's darker aspects, a creature of decay and shadow that guards the old paths of the dead. Their threats are otherworldly, abduction or a terror so profound it unravels the mind. The English versions, by contrast, while still terrifying, often feel more structured, more integrated into a social and Christian framework. The Barghest of York announces deaths within a civic hierarchy. The Black Dog of East Anglia brings storms that disrupt trade and community. The Omen becomes a part of the established order, a dreadful but predictable element in the machinery of village life and death. This contrast paints a vivid picture. The Celtic hounds are wild, untamed forces of nature and the otherworld, while their English cousins have been partially domesticated by society, their terror channeled into a more familiar, if no less frightening, system of omens and consequences. Why would these neighboring cultures, sharing the same island, develop such distinct interpretations of the same spectral beast? The answer may lie in the very different ways they perceived the invisible world around them, one seeing it as a realm of magic and fairies, the other gradually shaping it into a herald of a more personal Christian fate. The Kusith's vibrant green fur marks it as a creature utterly separate from the mortal world. This was no ghost or omen of disease, but a proud and terrifying hound of the Ouse She, the Scottish fairy folk who dwelled within the ancient rolling hills. To encounter it was to brush against the full, untamed power of the otherworld. Its role was that of a wild huntsman and a warden for the fairy kingdom, patrolling the borderlands between our reality and theirs. Its most feared weapon was not its size or its strength, but its voice. A deep, resonant bark would echo across the glens, a sound that carried a magical compulsion. Folklore held that if you heard the first bark, you had a moment to steel yourself. The second bark was a clear warning to seek immediate shelter, to cross the threshold of your home and bolt the door. But if that third, final bark reached your ears before you found sanctuary, the enchantment would take hold. Your body would freeze in place, utterly paralyzed, and the great green hound would calmly approach to claim your soul, carrying it away to the fairy mound to serve the She for all eternity. This fate was considered a far darker prospect than a simple natural death. It was an abduction, a complete erasure from the world of the living into a realm of eternal unknown servitude. How does this differ so profoundly from the English black dog? The English spectre, for all its terror, often served as a dark but functional part of the natural and social order, a herald of a death that would occur within the family or community. Its appearance, while dreadful, confirmed that the world still operated on a set of rules, however grim. The Scottish Kusith, by contrast, represents a chaos from outside that order. Its actions are not about fate or prophecy, but about the capricious will of the fairies, beings whose motives are entirely alien and often merciless. The English dog warns you of a death within the system, while the Sith threatens to pluck you entirely out of the system, into a world where the rules you know no longer apply. One is a dreadful message, the other is a sentence of magical oblivion. That profound fear of the Sith's third bark compelled people to find ways to fight back. In the face of such a terrifying and unpredictable omen, communities across Britain developed a rich arsenal of folk magic, a collection of protective charms and rituals designed to ward off the spectral hound. These practices were not born from mere superstition, but from a deep human need to exert some measure of control over the uncontrollable, to carve out a small circle of safety in a world shadowed by the supernatural. The simplest and most widespread defense was the humble piece of cold iron. It was a common belief that carrying an iron nail in your pocket, or simply holding a knife or a steel-tipped walking stick, could create an invisible barrier that the phantom could not cross. Iron was seen as a substance of the earth, of human industry and permanence, the very antithesis of the shifting, ethereal nature of the spirit world. To carry iron was to carry a piece of the solid, real world with you, a tangible declaration that you belonged to the realm of the living and would not be easily taken. This belief was so ingrained that many travelers would make a point of tapping a fence post or a gate latch made of iron as they passed, a quick superstitious knock to reaffirm their protection. Beyond carrying metal, the most effective strategy was often pure avoidance. Certain lanes, bridges, and crossroads gained notorious reputations as the regular haunts of the black dog. These places were not just locations on a map, they were marked on the mental geography of every villager as territories to be crossed only in daylight or with a companion. The knowledge was passed down through generations, a whispered folklore of danger that shaped daily routines and travel plans. To walk the old corpse road after dark was not just unwise, it was an act of defiance against the collective wisdom of the community, a tempting of a fate that everyone else had agreed to respectfully avoid. For those caught out after nightfall, prayer was the first and most powerful refuge. Reciting the Lord's Prayer or crossing oneself was not just an appeal to the Christian God, but a direct invocation of a power believed to be stronger than any fairy hound or ghostly omen. The sound of church bells ringing in the distance was also considered a potent ward. Their clear, resonant peals were thought to purify the air, driving away malevolent spirits and creating a sonic sanctuary for miles around. The bells represented order, community, and divine authority, their sound a wave of holy energy that could disrupt the chaotic and solitary nature of the phantom. In some regions, there were even specific, half-remembered rhymes or charms said to be effective if spoken aloud when the dog was sighted. These were often fragments of older pre-Christian incantations, now dressed in the language of the Church, a perfect blend of pagan practicality and Christian faith. Why did these particular charms hold such power in the human heart? They were actions, In a situation of utter helplessness, when faced with an omen that promised inescapable fate, these small rituals gave people something to do. They were a way to fight back, not with weapons, but with symbols and words, carrying iron, avoiding a path, whispering a prayer. These were declarations of agency. They were a way to say, I see the shadow, and I will not go quietly. This intricate web of folk magic reveals that the legend of the Black Dog was not just a story of fear, but a story of resilience. It shows us a humanity that, even when confronted with a herald of death, would still search its pockets for a nail, still whisper a prayer into the dark, still find a way to walk home just a little bit safer. The phantom hound has not vanished with the arrival of asphalt and electric light. Its territory has simply expanded, its shadow now falling across the lonely service road and the rain-slicked motorway at 3 a.m. Modern witnesses are not villagers returning from market, but motorists, security guards, and late-night dog walkers, and their testimonies arrive not as village whispers, but as digital posts and forum threads. A truck driver on the M62 motorway might report a colossal black canine form keeping pace with his lorry before dissolving into the mist over the central reservation. A person walking their terrier in a suburban park after dark might watch in disbelief as a second, much larger dog emerges from the tree line, its eyes reflecting the distant streetlights with an unnatural red glow, only to vanish when they fumble for their phone's flashlight. These are the 21st century encounters, stripped of the old context of family curses, but still charged with that same primal dread. The creature has adapted, trading the misty crossroads for the empty roundabout and the forgotten footpath for the railway underpass. The fear it inspires remains timeless, a sudden heart-stopping realization that the rational world has a crack and something ancient is looking back through it. How does a legend born in an age of superstition survive in our age of information? The internet has become the new hearth, the place where these stories are gathered and shared. Online forums and paranormal websites are filled with first-hand accounts, often accompanied by shaky, inconclusive footage captured on a mobile phone. The digital age has democratized the ghost story, allowing anyone with an internet connection to add their brushstroke to the ever-evolving portrait of the beast. Yet this same technology also serves as a powerful tool for skepticism. That eerie shadow in a photograph can be analyzed, its pixels examined and often revealed to be a trick of light and perspective. A video of a large, dark dog running through a field can be cross-referenced with local social media posts about a missing Newfoundland or a particularly large breed of livestock guardian dog. The internet provides both the stage for the legend's performance and the harsh, fluorescent lights that can expose its mechanics. This constant cycle of sharing and debunking has not killed the black dog, it has refined it. The legend now persists not in spite of skepticism, but alongside it, forcing believers to hone their stories and search for ever more compelling evidence. The phantom is no longer just a folkloric fixture. It has become a modern mystery, a puzzle for a new generation to solve. So the next time you are driving on a deserted road in the small hours, and a shape too large to be a dog darts through the beam of your headlights, remember, you are not just seeing a ghost. You are participating in a story that has been told for 1,000 years, your fleeting glimpse the latest chapter in the enduring legend of the Black Dog. Could the legend of the Black Dog be rooted in something tangible, something buried deep beneath the British soil? Archaeology offers compelling, though speculative, clues that our ancestors may have encountered real creatures that fueled their darkest imaginings. One of the most fascinating theories points to the discovery of massive prehistoric dog skeletons. Imagine a farmer centuries ago turning the earth and unearthing the bones of a creature like the extinct European hunting dog, a beast that could rival a wolf in size. For a community steeped in oral tradition and superstition, such a find would be terrifying and inexplicable. These were not the bones of any known animal, but the remains of a giant. It is not difficult to see how the unearthed skeleton of an immense canine, with a skull far larger than any living dog, could have been interpreted as proof of the spectral hound of legend, a physical relic of the monster that haunted the moors. This tangible evidence pulled from the ground would have given concrete form to the whispered stories, transforming a phantom into a creature that once truly walked the land. Beyond accidental discoveries, there is also the grim and ritualistic evidence of ancient dog sacrifices. Excavations at Iron Age and Roman British sites have uncovered carefully interred dog skeletons, often placed at the boundaries of settlements, near gateways, or under the foundations of homes. These were not casual burials. The positioning was deliberate, a form of protective magic. The dog, a loyal guardian in life, was being asked to become an eternal sentinel in death, its spirit charged with warding off evil from the threshold it protected. How would such a practice be remembered after centuries, when its original meaning was lost? The memory of dogs buried to guard the edges of the village could have easily warped over generations. The benevolent guardian spirit might have slowly morphed in the public imagination into a more fearsome figure, a spectral hound that still patrolled its ancient territory, its appearance now viewed not as protection, but as an omen. The line between a venerated guardian and a dreaded phantom is surprisingly thin, worn away by the passage of time and the slow erosion of cultural memory. Inside the very churches that stood against the old pagan beliefs, we find another tantalizing piece of the puzzle. Carved into the stone of many medieval churches, often on mitre cords or around doorways, are intricate depictions of dogs. Some are straightforward, but others are strange and symbolic. The famous Green Man foliage carvings are sometimes accompanied by canine figures, and there are peculiar long-tongued beasts that scholars call tongue pullers. What were these images doing in a Christian space? They likely represent a complex blend of instruction and assimilation. The Church, in its effort to convert a pagan population, often incorporated familiar local symbols, giving them new Christian meanings. The dog, a traditional symbol of loyalty and protection, could be reshaped to represent faithfulness to the Church. Yet, for the common people who saw these carvings, the older, deeper meanings would have persisted just beneath the surface. The stone hound guarding the church door could have unconsciously reinforced the older idea of a supernatural hound guarding the boundary between the sacred and the profane, between the safety of the church and the dangerous wilderness outside. These stone witnesses, frozen in prayer and folklore, stand as a silent testament to a legend in transition, forever captured between the old world and the new. We must tread carefully here, for this is where speculation must be separated from documented fact. There is no direct archaeological evidence labeled Black Dog. No excavation has uncovered a skeleton with glowing red eyes. What we have are suggestive fragments, a mosaic of possibilities where folklore and physical evidence touch. The giant bones, the ritual burials, the stone carvings, they do not prove the legend, but they provide a rich, tangible backdrop against which the legend could easily have been woven. They are the raw materials from which 1,000 campfire tales could be built. The human mind is a master storyteller, especially when confronted with the unexplained. An unearthed giant bone becomes a relic of the beast, a sacred burial becomes a cursed ground, a stone carving becomes a portrait of the phantom itself. Archaeology shows us not the black dog, but the fertile ground from which it inevitably grew. The true haunting may not have been by a ghost, but by the powerful, lingering echoes of our own forgotten past, rising from the soil to pad silently through our stories. A colossal black Newfoundland, glimpsed for a moment in the twilight, can transform in a frightened mind into something far more sinister. This is the first and most common skeptical explanation for the black dog omen: simple misidentification. In earlier centuries, before widespread artificial lighting, the world was a much darker and more uncertain place. A large stray mastiff or a wolfhound, its dark fur blending into the shadows, could easily be perceived as impossibly large, its panting breath misinterpreted as a low growl, its eyes catching a sliver of moonlight to appear as glowing embers. Add to this the very real, though now extinct, presence of brown bears in ancient Britain, and the recipe for a legendary beast is complete. A fleeting encounter with a real, large animal in poor light, filtered through a mind already steeped in local tales of phantom hounds, could easily crystallize into a full-blown supernatural experience. The brain does not just see, it interprets, and when the available information is scant and fear is high, it fills the gaps with the most readily available story, the one whispered since childhood. But what about those stories of the dog vanishing into thin air? Could a trick of the atmosphere be to blame? some researchers have pointed to rare and poorly understood phenomena like ball lightning, those mysterious glowing spheres of electrical energy that can appear to drift, hover, and then vanish with a pop. In the context of a stormy night on the moors, a witness might see a floating, luminous orb from a distance. As it moves erratically, their mind, conditioned by folklore, could impose the familiar shape of a canine form around the glow, especially if it appears to be moving along a path or lane. The subsequent disappearance of the ball lightning would then perfectly explain the specter's famous vanishing act. This theory remains speculative, but it offers a fascinating natural counterpart to the supernatural legend. The most powerful force, however, may not be in the external world at all, but within our own perception. The power of folklore is not just in the telling, but in the hearing. If you grow up in a village where everyone knows that a specific crossroads is haunted by a death omen, that knowledge becomes a part of your mental landscape. When you walk that path at night, your senses are primed for the encounter. Every rustle in the hedgerow is a potential footstep. Every oddly shaped shadow is a potential hound. This is not a sign of a weak mind, but a testament to its powerful, pattern-seeking nature. Our memories are not perfect recordings. They are stories we tell ourselves, and each time we recall a frightening event, we can unconsciously reshape it, smoothing out the ambiguities and reinforcing the details that align with the expected narrative. The large black dog you saw becomes larger, its eyes glow brighter, its silence becomes more profound, all to better fit the mold of the legendary omen you believe you have encountered. So where does this leave the legend? Does debunking it strip away its power? Perhaps it does the opposite. By understanding the natural explanations, we gain a deeper appreciation for the human imagination itself. The black dog endures not because it is a real phantom, but because it is a perfect psychological archetype, a story so compelling that we are willing to see its shadow in the world around us, a testament to our timeless desire to find pattern, meaning, and even warning in the mysterious darkness. Its power lies not in proving a ghost exists, but in giving voice to the unspeakable. For centuries, this myth has served as a master narrative, a dark but durable story that our ancestors used to map the terrifying blank spaces on the charts of their lives. When a healthy young man suddenly took fever and died, it was not a random, meaningless tragedy. The black dog had been seen, the clock had been set. The omen transformed chaos into a dreadful but understandable order. It gave a reason for the unbearable, wrapping the sharp edges of grief in the worn fabric of a story everyone already knew. This legend gave a face to our most primal fear, the fear of death itself, but it did more than that. It gave a face to the fear of the wild, the dark, the lonely path, and the storm at sea. It was a single, shadowy form onto which an entire world of anxieties could be projected. In a time when the wilderness was a genuine physical threat, the dog was its spirit. When disease could sweep through a village without explanation, the dog was its herald. The legend was a coping mechanism, a way for communities to process collective trauma and individual loss by slotting it into a pre-existing cosmic framework. Even today, when we walk a deserted lane at night and feel a sudden, inexplicable chill, the story resonates. It connects us to the land in a way that transcends history. To know that the very path you are walking was once considered the territory of a phantom hound is to feel the landscape come alive with memory and meaning. That gnarled oak, that crumbling stone wall, that mist hanging over a particular field, they are no longer just scenery. They are potential stages for an ancient drama. The myth tethers us to a mystical, ancient Britain, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the otherworld was thin and often crossed. It satisfies a deep human hunger for a world that is still enchanted, where mystery lingers just beyond the electric glow of a street lamp. We may no longer truly believe in the Omen, but we want to live in a world where such a story could be true. The black dog endures because it is a perfect story, one that explains the unexplainable, gives form to our formless fears, and offers a thrilling, chilling connection to the whispers of the past that still drift across the moors. Crafting your own black dog sleep story begins with the landscape. Picture the moors not as a place of fear, but as a vast, silent tapestry under a sky heavy with stars. Describe the soft, cool mist that clings to the heather, muting the world and blurring the sharp edges of reality. This is your setting, a dreamscape where the ordinary rules are gently suspended. The wind is not a howl, but a low, humming lullaby, a constant breath that stirs nothing but the deepest quiet. Your path is not a lonely track, but a welcoming ribbon of pale gravel, leading you deeper into this peaceful, open embrace. The key is to build an atmosphere of profound calm, a world so still and safe that even a legend can find a place to rest. Now introduce the sound. It starts not as a threat, but as a rhythm, a gentle and steady crunch of paws on the loose stones of the path. The sound is soft, almost melodic, keeping a slow and patient tempo with your own heartbeat. This is not the frantic padding of a predator, but the measured tread of a companion. Let the listener feel the weight of each footfall, a grounding, hypnotic sound that anchors them in the dream. The creature itself emerges from the mist not as a sudden shock, but as a gradual forming of shadows. Its fur is the deepest velvet of the night, absorbing the faint starlight, and its great size speaks not of menace, but of a serene and ancient strength. Its eyes are not fiery coals, but perhaps two pools of still, dark water, reflecting the moonlight with a soft inner luminescence. They hold a deep, knowing calm, an intelligence that has watched centuries pass. Frame this encounter as a meeting of mutual respect, a silent understanding between traveler and legend. The great hound does not growl or bare its teeth. It simply walks alongside you, a silent guardian on the moonlit path. Its presence is a comfort, a shield against the very concept of fear. You feel a wave of tranquility in its wake, a sense that you are protected, that you are witnessing something sacred and serene. This is the heart of the sleep story, transforming the omen into a guardian of dreams. The legend becomes a guide through your own inner landscape, its silent company a promise that you are safe to let go and drift away. As you walk together, the mist grows softer, the stars begin to blur, and the sound of paws on the path slowly fades into the rhythm of your own breathing, leading you gently into a deep and untroubled sleep. The journey of the Black Dog is a path we have walked together, from the deep Celtic forests where it served as a guide to the dead, to the storm-lashed coasts where it roared with the voice of the sea itself. We have met its many faces, the chain-dragging Barghest of York's shadowy lanes, the green-furred Sith of the Scottish fairy mounds, and the gentle Gurt Dog leading lost children home through the Dorset twilight. This legend is far more than a simple ghost story. It is a profound and enduring narrative, a tapestry woven from our deepest fears of the wild, the fragility of life, and the storms that gather within the human mind. For centuries, it has given a dark, shaggy form to the formless, providing a strange comfort by making the chaotic and unpredictable feel like part of a dreadful but knowable order. It is a story that has fascinated and frightened in equal measure because it speaks to something timeless within us all. Thank you for joining this exploration into the heart of one of Britain's most haunting and persistent legends. As the mist of our story settles, I would love to hear from you. Does your own corner of the world have a local phantom, a unique ghost story, or perhaps an unexplained experience of your own? Share it in the comments below. Your story might just become the beginning of our next journey into the shadows.